Hello everyone. Wait. Hello everyone. Do we look alike? Hold up. Do we look alike? Wait. Do we look alike? How's that? Let me go. Actually, you know what? Jester's not here right now, so let me just use a little placeholder of him. There it is. There. All right. So, it is Sunday, and it is YouTube Studio glitching, as usual. Doesn't know that I'm live. It's also slow as hell. Anyway, hello David, programming and VMware, Kubedium, and Jeff. I am live. What do you know? I'm actually live. Um, all right. Well, today I probably I don't know. I'm supposed to be working on a code editor that I've been working on the past few streams. I have to admit, it may be a little bit frustrating because the past, essentially this entire weekend that I've been streaming, I've spent it all on one thing, which is the cursor. You you think of a code editor, you can think of a lot of things that are maybe complicated or tedious to implement, but no, they're not. The complicated, tedious thing to implement is the cursor. At least I only have to implement it once for all code editors. I mean, for all text editors in my UI framework, and then it should be fine. I can use it for any text field, any code editor. I can use it for text editor, word processor, anything. But it's a lot. And I'm a little bit reluctant to work on that today just because it's been so much of the same thing. But I don't really have anything else to work on, so I guess we'll see. I'm into software engineering, and recently I have been following you on Mario. I'm giving up attitude. Thank you. Welcome. Also, hi, Rudy. All right. First things first. I gotta check if coffee's good today. Not my best, not my worst. It's all right. It's all right. Also, things are quiet on Twitch, and there's more people chatting on YouTube, which is not how it usually goes. Is there a mass migration happening that I don't know about? Is my Twitch stream working? Because that's a fair question to ask. Considering how often it doesn't work. Yep, I am live. I am live. Okay. Is that a picture of Jester? No, that's him. That's him. He's just yeah, I just got a placeholder. Anyway, I actually don't like wearing my hat like this. It's only, a reference. I flattened my hair. What the fuck? That's my wallpaper. Yeah, it is the Terry Davis reference. I actually had Jester on my shoulder, but kind of means he's pooping on my shoulder, so that's not great. Anyway, To work on a code editor or to not work on a code editor? That is the question. I just don't know the answer. No, let me see how the code editor is. Yes, the answer is to extend TempleOS. Actually, you know what I might do? Since I mentioned Terry Davis and we're now talking about TempleOS. How about we take a little trip to Temple Land today on Easter? Seems only fair to me. We're gonna go from GOS to which by the way doesn't stand for Jesus OS, it stands for Jester OS, just to be clear. We're gonna go from that to TempleOS. You wanna know the worst part? When I named my operating system Jesus, I wasn't even referencing Terry Davis. I wasn't referencing religion, for that matter. I was just trying to make a pun. And if I was a narcissist, I could actually make a better pun in Spanish, because in Spanish, you could say... God damn it, the cursor's not working. Anyway, in Spanish, you could say this. But again, a little bit narcissistic to use your own name for an operating system, don't you think? What's the name of the kernel that I'm using, by the way? I'm blanking on the name. I know he didn't actually name it after himself, someone else did, but still. I had to make the joke. Anyway, yeah, the cursor very much is not working. I mean, I'm trying to click and it doesn't work. It does, however, move. So maybe it has fewer bugs than I remember. It's laggy as hell, though. I don't remember it being this laggy. Linux! Thank you, that's the name of it. Completely forgot. Is that a picture of Jester? No, that's him. That's actually him. He's a little bit... He asked me to get a stand-in. He was busy today. So I'm thinking, yeah, maybe let's check out TempleOS for a bit. It's always fun to use TempleOS. We love that operating system. Best one out there. Okay, so the cursor is less broken than I expected it to be, but at the same time, it's laggier than I expected it to be, which is a little bit concerning, to be honest. Anyway, I think it's only fair on Easter to check out TempleOS, if you ask me. What better way to honor Jesus' legacy? Also, a while ago, I wanted to make a old-timey website, like a early 2000s, late 90s website to test my UI framework, and I cannot believe I didn't think of the TempleOS website. Because, like, look at this shit. I don't know if this is what it looked like when he made it, but, I mean, it's perfect. Yeah, we're doing TempleOS for a little bit. Do you have a Discord? They have a Steam? Why do they have a Steam? It's a community. There's communities on Steam. I never even... I tried to Holy See a little bit. You need a parrot to add teariness to your streams. I know Jester, but he doesn't bark all that much. It used to be possible to make him bark back in the day. He's gotten quiet over the years. Make my own Steam community. The worst part is I actually want to make games. Just need to get around to it. I love that the video streams are marked as NSFW. Because of, well, because of things. There's actually two different Discords. There's the TempleOS Discord and the TempleOS Users Discord. And whatever the hell the Davisonism Church of TempleOS is. Top message on that Steam community. Wait, is that top message? I thought it was just the most recent. What is this sorted by? Yeah, this is the most recent, I think. Because everything's from December, January. It's not a very active community. It has 107 comments. Damn, Rupert, chill. Also, I do OS stuff, but I guess I'm not in the community. I'm sorry, I'm a LARPer. Alright. Did we need any special settings to install this shit? Or am I the only OS dev loser that needs special settings to get this fucking operating system to work? Well, no, really, it just doesn't work on the latest version of QEMU. They introduced some breaking changes, that's about it. Da, da, da. My dog? What happened to him? It's like there. Okay, I didn't fully read those messages in the chat immediately about subtyping, and I thought you were talking about Holy C, but no, you're talking about your own compiler. That makes sense. Alright, operating system non-detected. Yeah, you won't be able to. So, generic or unknown OS. Usage is not recommended. Don't worry, I'm an expert. I remember it being quite slow when I tested it last time, so I'm gonna give it as much of this as I can. 4 gigs, is that enough for you, Terry? What do you think? Let's give you 8,000. Yeah, I'll give you 20 gigs of storage, that's okay. TempleOS. A low-level language to have explicit casting. How would it work exactly? Sometimes I wish C had that. Some better. Okay, it booted on the very first try. That's well. This is the installer, to be fair. Resize to V. No, I wanted the opposite of that. There, that's what I wanted. Scale. There. Is that big enough? Yeah. Sometimes I wish C had better subtyping that was safe. You know, if I'm trying to cast something that isn't the subtype to the subtype, then it could give you a compiler or simply a null pointer as a return. I do wish C had that sometimes. Most of the times I'm careful enough to not do that, but it is a thing that I kind of wish it did have. Am I installing instead of a virtual machine? Yes, I am. It's normal for this to freeze for a moment or two. Okay. I have to say, it's incredibly overwhelming. There's so much stuff like blinking at you and shit. Him fighting the video autofit option? What do you mean? You know what it reminds me of, actually? Homer's webpage reminds me of this. Is there a GIF of it? God damn it, none of them are animated. Oh, there it is. Yeah, it reminds me of this a little bit. Just a lot of things blinking and moving around. Save Walter White, that's another one that I should have created, yeah. That's also when I was rewatching Breaking Bad at the time. And when I saw that website, I was like, God damn, I could have just done that. Maybe, never say never. I mean, I'm still working on the UI framework. Terry was always minimizing and clicking out of it again. Was he using VMware? I feel like he was, but I don't know. Yes? Interesting. To be fair, this is still QEMU, just a UI wrapper around it. It was on the internet because I was an HTML file. I remember you used to have homepages. That's what Homer's thing was. It wasn't actually a website, it was a homepage. Hi, Jester. Come. Alright, the real thing is here. So, he can go. Placeholder can go. Alright, get on the bed. He's drinking water. Alright. There he is. Alright. We're installing. Oh, okay. I thought of something to work on that isn't the cursor. Hell yeah. Saving a full file. I honestly don't even know how Linux handles this. If I'm like deleting a full file, like something, not deleting a full file, like I open a file and then I replace all of its content with like a single word, for example. It was like hundreds of lines and it turned into just one line. How does that get saved? How does it wipe the data? Does it just change the size? How does that differ from a normal write? How do I differentiate the two? Right? Whether I'm just writing to the first line, I'm changing it to this, or if I'm overwriting the entire file with just one line. So I kind of wanna handle that. I'm honestly not entirely sure how to handle it, but that's what I want to do. Because yeah, my code editor can save files, but if the file is smaller than it used to be, then the ends of the file are still there, so that's not great. And my write full file function doesn't really write the full file in the sense that it doesn't change the size of the file. So I'll need to handle that. Alright. Reboot now, yes. Oh, hold on, that didn't work. Yes. Has its own bootloader. I'm assuming drive C. Oh. Wait, I chose C instead of 1. But it doesn't let me delete anymore. So I'm... Hello? Terry, I'm stuck. Terry, what do I do? Yeah, it's not doing anything. Alright, let's restart it. No, not TempleOS development. I'm just checking it out. Not going amazing. Deleting is non-feature. If you can't type it right the first time, you're not the target audience. I also couldn't write into it. That's the problem. I'm assuming I'm going to drive 1. Okay, there it is. That worked. Uncompressing dictionary. I do remember the word of God thing with F7, I believe. I'm going to test it out once we're done uncompressing the dictionary, because that's kind of the entire thing that powers it. To get vibe banned. Terry would not approve of vibe coding. I do wish we could hear his thoughts on vibe coding. I don't believe for a second he would have anything good to say about it, but he would have something really fun to say about it. You know, once you take out the slurs. Dog is back, yes. Placeholder is gone. He'll probably say it is demonic. Would he be wrong? CIA psyop. Okay, about demonic, he would be wrong. Would he be wrong about the CIA psyop, though? Take the tour. Did we take the tour? I don't think I took the tour last time, so we're gonna take the tour. I did take the tour. It's also running a lot faster than when I tried it on... it was Zeal OS that I tried. I didn't try full-on TempleOS, I believe. So, cool. We're gonna skip straight to WoW. Which... oh, it did work, okay. It's a lot faster. Press the enter key. I'm pressing the enter key. All text widgets work everywhere. The type command is like DOS command rough. Oh, off the same, okay. The fact that it has like the name of the window here makes it so hard to read because I read rough. It's off with term here. Of the same name on, or the Unix cat command. We will now send your menu document to the command line. It uses the same document format and the icons are even active. Oh yeah, that's what this operating system needs, more active stuff. I'm pressing enter. You can actually see that I'm pressing enter. It says it up there. Holy siege. Yeah. Not gonna. How do we feel? How do we feel about just doing this type of stuff for shell scripting, calling functions, and even doing it inside of the actual shell? Because this is not working, so I don't know what to do. Okay, I can close these. That's good. Oh, I closed the whole thing? Whoops. What did I do? Actual bytes instead of text or instead of pipes? No, I mean, instead of shell scripting, like we do, for example, with bash, something like this, where you straight up type out the command like this, the format being this. Both within the shell scripting, like the text file that you use to then create scripts, and also here. Because I'm thinking of a way to not introduce bash or any stupid language like that in my terminal. And because I just really hate their syntax. And I have my own compiler for my own programming language. To be fair, I could make it a compiler for any programming language. I can just change that up. That's not a particular problem. The problem is, do I wanna use this format? Inside a script, I don't want to use this format. I want to use this format. But in the terminal, I don't love this format in the terminal. So that's the question that I'm asking is, how do we feel about using this format like TempleOS does in the terminal? Where essentially you straight up write code in the terminal. I'm not sure. Then again, I don't love the terminal, so that's why I'm asking. Scripting languages or language? Yeah. It's just about the syntax of the language, and most importantly, inside of the command line itself. Not in the shell scripts, but inside of the command line. How do we feel about, you know, calling functions with... What if you make Python interpreter your bash thingy? Yeah. I don't know about Python. Indent is my main issue with Python. Besides that, it's an okay language. But maybe, yeah. To be fair, like I said, I can easily change up the grammar that my compiler compiles, and so I can easily make just a shell language. Shouldn't be too difficult. But I just want to make it good. And again, the reason that I don't like the way that it would work in terminals is that I do prefer doing this. Does this work, by the way? I don't think it does. No. Oh, what the fuck even was that? I still have a character. I don't love the idea of doing it like this. Especially with the semicolon at the end. You can easily get rid of that. But yeah, not amazing to write code directly in the terminal. But I hate the idea of writing shell commands in a script. So yeah, no. Honestly, I don't have much interest in using Python itself, but I guess we can explore that a little bit. Before that, though, again, it is Easter Sunday.
Local Toast followed your channel.
So we need to know what God says today. God, what do you have to say? Wait, close this shit. No, what the fuck? No, 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 hey! God, what have you? What do you have to say today? Profound imparts, despise, ice. I agree with 2 words in that, for sure. God is wise. God is good. Begotten, overpass, moderate, henceforth, reason, every, sits, plea, exercised, calmed, disc, glorious, recited, anxious. How do I scroll in this thing? Conscious. Oh, I can add new words by just moving the cursor. Cool. Whether you want to call echo as a program or echo as a function from the command line interface. Is there a difference? In the sense that echo is a program. When you write echo in a shell script, you're just calling that program. It's not really a function. Shell scripts don't really use a library that has functions. You can define functions, but even then you call them like you do a normal True, it is built in usually. Usually it is built in. But it is a program. It's just a built-in program. Fair. There is also a standalone version, right? Yep, in Echo. But either way, it is a program, just it is a built-in program. It comes with the shell itself, but it is, at the end of the day, a program. So I guess I don't know. I don't know what I want to do with that. Alright, do these commands work? There, for example? Yes. Does CD work? Probably not like that. I do remember CD being a thing. Yeah, that worked, that worked. I'm no longer in home. Okay, I have to say, it's not amazing. Writing it like this. Writing CD with this, and then this, and then this. Hurts. It also straight up fails because you can't really go past the root directory, but yeah. Alright, so in our root directory we have door, dear, dear, dear. Oh dear. We have nothing. Does Tor work? Nope. Why can't I exit? Ah, wait, I'm in the wrong. Alright, got my mouse back. TempleOS commands. Oh my god, that's 2 pop-ups that take up the entire screen before you're actually able to reach it. Development, system info, core system commands. God, Adam is the task manager. DBG help, that's probably what I could use. Dir is directory list. Oh, wait, I just forgot to run it with the, I just forgot to run it with the parentheses. This is TempleOS 2. No, it's TempleOS 1. This is not the OS that I'm working on, the one in the title, to be fair. I just figured worth checking out TempleOS for a little bit, because I'm procrastinating on what I really need to be doing. Okay. So let's go into apps. Can I do it without parentheses? No. That didn't work. That also didn't work. I still, to this day, by the way, have not seen anyone vibe coding on stream. Well, one person. One time. Well-known content creator. I would be embarrassed to make that kind of content, but whatever. Alright. So I gotta do /apps, not just apps. It's not relative. But yeah, I haven't really seen it all that much. Caret and hit enter space. Wait, do I? Not like that. But anyway, we're in the directory now. I mean, I wanted to check out the games, but what the fuck is budget? See, now I'm able to go into budget by just typing budget, but I couldn't go into apps by just typing apps. Alright, so I'm assuming, can we just call like run hc.z? Not quite. Damn, I didn't know that the menu was there. Interesting. Primogen, Theo, and Randy. One of those is the one that I was talking about. Alright, let me... hold on. My keyboard has 2 modes, and it's kind of really weird. It has Windows mode and Mac mode. I usually use it on Mac mode, because it's actually Linux. It does what the keys actually say they do. Windows mode is different, but like function keys work differently, and it's better for games. So I kind of have to switch between the two, and it's a little bit annoying. How do I run that comp, maybe. I just want to run that program because I believe the Z file is a holy C file. Been an AI enthusiast since the early 20s. Expect widespread. Yeah. 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 I can't say I was a enthusiast, but for the longest time on Twitter, I was following one guy that was playing around with like OpenAI's models. I believe they open sourced GPT-2 and GPT-1 at some point. He was like playing around with them and talking about the potential that they had and shit. And then a bunch of other like machine learning algorithms and whatnot. And I was like, oh, this is cool. And then GPT-3 came out and it's like, is this really the best you can do? Also, why did you turn evil? Not the guy himself. I'm talking about the AI company itself. But although to be fair, he just went full into the AI psychosis of it all. Unfortunate. I found his Twitter account a few days ago, and yeah. How do I unfull screen it? Because I full screened it, and now I'm not sure how to undo that. This is usually the keystroke that I would use on QEMU in the terminal, but it doesn't work here. I don't know. Okay, I might as well try comp to compile, or load. That's what I need probably. Okay, so I want to load. Wait, there's a file called load. So,
followed your channel.
That's not it. Load.hc.z. File not found. Brother? Wait, how am I back in apps? Did that work? I have no idea what I'm doing. I did dir, not cd. I did? Damn. I can't say I find those influencers particularly helpful. I can say I find them pretty spineless, to be honest. But, goddamn. Zilzin gets mad easily. I don't like watching him live. That's the best part about him. To be fair, I don't think I've ever actually watched him live, but I have watched his live stream VODs. That's the best part, that he gets mad. I don't know if he just cuts that out of the streams and there's just something that I don't know about. But he's got a point most of the times. I feel like he's got a point. For the stuff that I've seen. But yeah, I'd much rather prefer watching people who actually get stuff done instead of LARPiness programmers, to put it in a fellow kids type of speech. Okay, I don't know how to run a program in this thing. Frankly, I'm getting a little bit tired of trying. Shall we ask God? Let's ask God. God says that we can gainsay, establish, cared. I'm assuming this is steadfast, but it's move, reverential, revealing, difficult. Acting, blotted. kind of word is blotted? That cannot be a word. Wait, I haven't tried run. Okay, thank you. Whoops, that's not gonna work here. I have to say, the more I use this console, the less I like it. To type out with the parentheses every single time. Then again, it's not exactly the snappiest text input, so it can make it a little bit difficult to work with. Maybe I can just like quickly conjure something up in my shell and test it out, see if how I like it in my own system. Then again, I want to avoid the terminal as much as possible. Sometimes utilities are going to be useful. What is the error here? Jesus, there's so much happening at the same time. It's overwhelming. I find this operating system quite overwhelming. First off, I have this window here, which I'm trying to close. It won't close. Just close. Don't go away. Go away. Please. Hey, can I just move you? Yeah, just fuck off. Then there's this one here, but I don't think this can be closed. I think this is like... Oh god, I opened something. Oh, but fuck off. I'm feeling overwhelmed right now. So this is the task manager, it looks like. I guess this is Adam then. Open the file and hit F5. Terry already got GPT? Yeah. Only if I remember how to open the file. Hold on, I don't want to do it here, but if I cd the nuts into /apps/budget, and then I dir, doesn't this work? Yeah, that works. Include load, include install, and then budget. That's all I needed to do the entire time? And then I just press F5. Bada bing, bada boom, we got a budget. We're poor. It's empty. Alright, all that to get nothing. But cool, thank you. Although just clicking on the file would have given me the response because all I needed to do was this, apparently. But thank you. I have to say the Windows like kind of do we need a semicolon for this? I do. Because I'm looking up here. Alright, look at up here. It says there with no semicolon, then 4 dots, and then there again. And I run it like this. The fuck just happened? How is it missing a semicolon? Wait. When I don't put a semicolon, it just like, it's still part of the same command? Yeah, because I run it now, it works. Now it says dir semicolon semicolon. So I wonder what's happening here. Why is there 2 semicolons? Or none? When you turn dark mode, all godly functions would go to the dark side. Heaven or hell, ish UI, depending on the color scheme. Not a bad idea. Okay, wait. Interesting. Why is budget here now? Oh, this mouse is lagging. It's not even the operating system that's lagging, it's the mouse. So the sensitivity is not amazing. Why is budget here? Did I install it and installing it puts it in the home directory? Maybe. It's also blue, which, well, blue could be for directory and red could be for file. I don't know. Yeah, no, UX is not very good. Definitely not amazing. Um, all right, so I want to go into CD into apps. Let's check out some of the games, maybe. We got... Yeah, okay, so blues for directories. So apparently installing put budget inside the the home. That's good. And also just including the file installed it. Because if we look at the run directory, or the run file that I opened, it was just include build or compile or something like that, include install, and then budget. It doesn't commit the command. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured it was. Wait, so I'm assuming if you don't put the semicolon, then what you do is you are technically writing more of a script rather than a single command. So that thing that is scrolling up there on the top, is that the script that I'm writing? I honestly don't feel like testing that out right now. But I'm assuming that's how it works. The question is, how do I separate one command from the other as I'm writing the script? That's a little... I guess it has its logic. I have no idea. By the way, what time is it? 3:47, and it seems to think it is 13:17, which means it's off by 30 minutes and 2 hours. 2 hours and 30 minutes. It's an interesting offset. 2 hours, because it's UTC time, that makes sense. I'm on Central European Summer Time, so that's 2 hour difference. The 30 minutes I can't account for. Unless I've been sitting here doing nothing for 30 minutes and I didn't realize. I would expect this to be 47. Zozing stream where he rise to TempleOS. What? Seriously? That's when I installed? Time is up to... Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. There it is. That makes sense. Although, there's some here that isn't quite accurate. I don't think I also installed for 30 minutes ago. Well, maybe. I've been streaming for 53 minutes. Maybe. I don't know. But yeah, that's UTC time. Just not on my time zone, but it is the correct time. Alright, there are games in this thing. And you ate too much, Jesus Christ? Poor guy, leave some for the rest of us. Where's the games? You got games on your TempleOS? How do I get to them? I remember there being games. What do you mean online? Oh, demo. They're in demo. Okay, so cd into /demo. Dear. It would be a lot better if the commands weren't capitalized, first off. I have to say, not having to capitalize every single word is better for shell scripts. I feel like if I didn't have to press shift to do dear, it would be better. And then not having the parentheses would probably make it better. If I don't need arguments. I don't know. Lectures. Well, I gotta know what's in lectures. If it's case insensitive, it's better. Yes. Honestly, like when I was working on the compiler, I was doing like string comparisons to check for symbols and stuff. I always made them case sensitive, but I was always asking myself, should they be? I mean, they should be case sensitive because programming languages are, but do they need to be? Is there any specific reason why? You probably can't have a function called dir and another one called dir. And if you do, that's really stupid. So you you could get away with making it case insensitive, maybe? I don't know. Maybe it's something I want to check out. Alright, so there's games, but I want to know what lectures is. Mm, 64-bit ASM quiz. No. Fixed point advanced. Graphic CPU load. Let's see that. So we press F5. What was that? Commands or programs that are not lowercase. Yeah. Having to press shift as the first word that I type is really weird. For that matter, even like snake. To be fair, I always forget the names. But if I have to type something like this instead of something like this, I still have to press shift in both cases. But something like this doesn't make sense. Because that's just an extra capitalized letter for no goddamn reason. But yeah, most likely could get away with making it case insensitive. Again, can't really think of a reason why it shouldn't be. There might be a very obvious one that I'm just completely ignoring, but yeah. I'm talking programming languages. Why am I back in home now? Why am I back? I did not go back to home. I can guarantee you that much now. Alright, so I want to see lectures again. Because I want to know what the fuck these programs are doing. Alright, there we have a... Interesting. Took me back to a exe file 2. So there's two exe file functions. Dir and dir are the same command, same as dir. So they are case insensitive. More so, rather than the shell itself, I mean, what about the... like, as a programming language? Is there any arguments against making function names and all that case insensitive? Like, what if you would just want to program like this? You should be allowed to. If you're angry, why not? Alright, let's actually get to the games now. We got Battle Lines, Big Guns, Black Diamonds, Bomber Golf, Castle Frankenstein, Char Demo, Circle Trace, Collision, Digits Dungeon, Elephant Walk, Flat Bat, Flat Tops, Halogen, Mass Spring, Maze, Raindrop, Rawhide, Rocket Science, Squirt, Talons, The Dead, Tic-Tac-Toe, Three Checkers, Vroom, Wenceslas, WAP, Zing, and Zone Out. Damn. It was, what, at least 2 years ahead of Cardi B and Megan Thee Stallion on the WAP thing. But I'm gonna go with Tic-Tac-Toe. Let's go with Tic-Tac-Toe. A little bit of the tick, a little bit of the tack. Perhaps even some toe. I'm playing against myself. I was hoping I would play against computer. It's slow as hell. Damn it, nobody wins. Fuck you. It will cost more time to parse case-insensitive code. That's true, but hardly any. Not a big deal. Okay, Control-Alt-C. Okay. Let's try another game. Demo Games. Now, I don't think I actually need to run dir. I think it runs by itself. No, it doesn't. I gotta try the WAP. What am I doing? I lost. Protect your base. Oh, damn. It's stuck. Damn, Terry. Terry? Terry, what do I do, Terry? Terry! Help! Terry! Well, I think I'm stuck here. Alright, that may be enough TempleOS for now. Thanks, Terry. Vibecode to fix it. Seriously. Surely. I'm not gonna dishonor his memory like that. Alright, instead, I'm probably gonna start coding something. After the ad break that's coming up. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Okay, we're back. it's time to actually get to work. We're gonna write some code, and it's gonna be fine. Yep. Actually, I'm not even ready to write the code that I need to write. I need to research a little bit. Here is the deal. We're gonna go into my code editor, if it allows me to do that, because it's been very laggy. Not entirely even sure why. It also doesn't work very well. What is it doing? I'm trying to scroll down. It's like 10 times slower than it was yesterday. What the fuck is happening? Is it because I added this random thing to the side here? I am genuinely not sure what's happening with it. I also have too many projects open. There's stuff I don't need a game. And I probably don't need my compiler, so I can get rid of those. Then maybe these are making it lag? I guess? That's my first time ever seeing any kind of lag with this UI system, but maybe. It's not exactly doing amazing. Alright. Does moving the cursor work? No. It's actually lagging my stream too? I just saw the camera lagging. That's really weird. Okay, here's the thing though. If I remove some characters and I save the file, first off, the file isn't going to compile because I actually removed these characters. But at the end of the file, the characters that I removed, this many characters stay there. Because I didn't inform the file that it got smaller, technically. If I write more lines, then all I do is just override the entire contents of the file with the new contents of the file, and it gets bigger. But if I have a smaller file because I remove content from it, then again, I override the old contents with the new contents, but whatever the difference between the old size and the new size is, that stays there. That garbage stays there. Not sure how to handle that. I think if I'm not mistaken, last time what I did was kind of this. It might not be super safe, but technically it should work in the sense that it is adding an extra null character at the end. And that extra null character at the end should actually cut off the file. And it doesn't matter what I write here, it's always going to be... Yeah, there we go. Nope. Didn't quite work. Although, to be fair, how do I know if it... Again, not the safest operation. Hold on, this is not going to compile. Gotta get rid of that. And that. There we go. It actually saves the file with the null character there. It did work one time that I did this, but it isn't the right thing to do. I'm not sure how to handle this situation, actually. I already looked this up, actually. Use W instead of W plus instead of, or W plus instead of R plus. Sorry, but this isn't working. F right. Alright, so what is W plus libc? It's probably the only. Truncate? Is that what I want? Libc file truncate. Truncate a file to a specified length. So that's what I want. If I'm overwriting a full file, what I want to do is I want to truncate it. It's not amazing, but it works, I guess. The problem is I need to add support to that. To the entire file system if I want to do that. I need to add a truncate system call and add it to every single file system module. I think. I would have to add it to files, system module. I have function calls for open, read, write, close, simple read, simple write, gets that read there. I could just add it to write as an option of how to write, but it's probably best if I do truncate separately. As a boolean, truncate a file descriptor to a size. Yeah, I think I just have to do this. It's probably the best way, the best thing I can do right now. Right, so that means I'll also need to create a syscall called truncate. That's going to be an extern boolean truncate f with a file and a size. I'll need to add a new file stat, no, trunc code there. Then I'll need to define it as a syscall definition truncate f file trunc code. What just happened? Then I will need to go into process syscalls and hello fame. I'll need to create a syscall for truncate, which is process t with a context. And you are given a file descriptor like this. And you're given a size like this. And then you return truncate descriptor size, which is a function that I haven't yet implemented, but we'll get to it. Before I do that, file trunc code to syscall trunc. Then I'll need to create a... I have to say that this is a lot of boilerplate in order to add a new syscall. Alright, that's all our boilerplate to add the syscall. Now I actually need to add the functionality for it, which I'll need to create a new function, boolean truncate, takes a file, descriptor, and a size t size. What this one is going to do is this. No. Oh, that check is already there. Never mind. Yeah, I want this. So we're going to check if we have any open files. We're going to find a file with the descriptor that we're told. Then we are going to check that we have a truncate function. We're going to create a global file descriptor for in order to access the file, because there's file descriptors that indicate an instance of a file and an actual global file. This is the global file. And then we do ofile mod truncate with the global file descriptor and the size that we're told. And that's what we return. Otherwise we return false. It's the same, but better to write it as false. Alright, there we have it. Now truncate actually won't do anything in most cases, because most of the files that we have are virtual files. They don't really use truncate. But this one does. This is the function that we're going to need to create and implement in order to get this to work. And we're also going to need to do the same thing for this. Even though truncate is not implemented, so I'm just going to zero it out. And that goes here. C++ is stupid and requires me to put these in the exact order that they were declared in. Thank you, C++. There. The P9 drivers truncate. Do I pass the file descriptor directly? Yes. Descriptor size. I'm going to need to implement this function inside of the a lot of boilerplate we have to write right now. FAT32 is also going to need to have a definition of it. But it isn't going to implement it. I'm almost done writing boilerplate. I'm not quite done writing boilerplate yet, though. Okay, I think I'm done writing boilerplate, finally. All that to implement. Wait, hold on. Small little thing, but technically. Read file, as read, as write, close file, list contents. Boom. I'm done writing boilerplate. We need to implement this function. Okay. To truncate a file, I'm not sure if 9p has a... Does anyone use this reader mode in browsers? Like, ever? I'm not sure if there's a dedicated truncate. Looks like there is. Set attribute. Sets attributes of a file system object reference to idea by FID. As with get attribute, valid is a bit mask selecting which fields to set, which can be any combination of mode, UID, GID, size. New file size as handled by Linux truncate. Okay, so this is the way to do it. I have to set attribute. So similar to get attribute, which I have this function for get attribute. I need to implement a function for set attribute. And it uses a mask, so it's a very similar call to this one, where we change this, and this, and this. I'm assuming it's going to work more or less in the same way. I just need to implement all of these things. And then, inside of the thing that I just added, just do set... Wait, no, hold on. When I get a file descriptor like this, serial, that's what I need. Alright, to implement the function, I'm going to get the file from this, and then I'm going to call set attribute with the file's serial number, and it's missing actually an argument. that. Serial number of the file, size mask, which is... I'll need to see how to get that in a minute. For now, we're going to make it 0 and size as the value attribute. Okay, so I'll need to implement this function now. Which returns a boolean. Alright, so I'll need to implement these, but before that, I need to see how get attribute is implemented. I'm kind of hard coding the attribute values here. Not amazing. I just copy this. It's probably a lot easier. But I mean here. Now the question is, are these the same? I want to say no. They're not. Alright, so this is supposed to be the attribute for size. So that would be the p9 get attribute size, which is the 200 that was there before, right? Yep. Anywhere else that I do the same thing? The p9 get attrib size. That's the actual function. This one is size and type. So p9 get attribute size and p9 get attribute... Which one is... Mode. Move. And then this one, which is the exact same thing. Alright. I might as well improve the code a little bit. Alright, now I have to implement these two functions, which are set attribute. They look like this. Okay, for setting an attribute, you set attr struct with that name, and it needs to be attribute packed. All right, it starts off with a header. That's these three values over here. Then a 32-bit file ID, a 32-bit valid, not sure what that means, a 32-bit mode, a 32-bit UID, a 32-bit GID, a 64-bit size, a 64-bit a time sec, and sec, m time sec, and m time nsec. And the response to that is going to be a r set attr. It's also going to be packed. And it is just going to be a header. That's it, just a header actually. So we don't actually need a response type. Okay. Then we're going to call this make p9 set attr packet, which is you know what, for the sake of simplicity, I'm just going to make it support a single attribute at a time using a mask. You should actually be able to set multiple values at the same time, but whatever. Alright, so to create the packet, we need to do this. This using a set attribute. You write the file ID based on that. Then we switch on the mask. Wait, set attribute. Then we gotta switch. Not really switch. Yeah, I'm gonna switch on the mask, though that's not necessarily correct. Switch on the mask where these are the possible values. Not sure how many. I kind of hate that I have to have the exact number of cursors. That's 9. Otherwise it kind of freaks out on me. I have to do this thing. Alright, so for mode, UID, GID, for these, we're going to write unaligned 32 value in the packet mode. We're going to write the value with a mask of u32 uint 32 max. This for mode, UID, and GID. Then in all of these, we're going to write a 64-bit value using the full 64-bit value that we're being passed in here. What do these mean, A time and A time set? It's not like I deal with times, so I don't give a shit, but... What's C time? That's actually not there. That's not part of the packet. Also, what is C time in general? I've never... What's C time? Oh, it won't do anything. Whoops. I love inconsistencies like this. Anyway, after we've done constructing the packet, we just return it. Alright, so what are we doing? We're creating a packet for setting an attribute of the size of a set attribute packet with the ID of a set attribute packet. We're going to write the file ID. Then we're going to check the mask that we have. And based on that, we're going to set a single property. We don't allow setting multiple properties. You could technically do it, but we don't have that. behavior. And for mode UID or GID, you set it based on a 32-bit value by masking this one. For size, A time, M time, and A time set and M time set. Again, I don't know what the difference is. I'm actually just gonna delete this. Because, like, genuinely, what are you supposed to do? I have no fucking clue. So we're just gonna very quickly just, whoops. Delete half that functionality, just leave us with what we need, and there we have it. Alright, so set attribute is going to create a command called the set attribute packet using these arguments, and your response, it's not going to be a specific packet, it is just going to be a void, but not the size of the amount. Response buffer, that's the name of it. I'm just going to create a response buffer. With the size of a P9 packet header. And you're going to write the response in there. We're just going to check if it's successful or not. That's it. So there's actually no response received from this. So set attribute is what we're going to call using the mask of P9 set attribute size. Alright, so in order to truncate the file, we're going to search for the file as we have it in our internal representation, use the serial number of the file, which is the one that the file server uses to identify the file, and we're going to tell it to truncate that file to this size. Okay. That should work. Last little thing to bring it all together should be the file helper for write full file should open, write, and then truncate the file descriptor to the size that we're given. Should we be checking that the size is smaller? Maybe not, like maybe that's the responsibility of the file server. I think maybe for the time being we're okay not doing that. But I guess we'll see. If this works, it does not compile. Because I'm missing an initializer for member system module truncate and audio. Okay, so these are anywhere that I have C++, I need to add more boilerplate. Yay! Audio, vert, audio. That's the boilerplate in question. Where else? Also in graphics. Yay, I love C++. Also in USB. C++ is the best language for writing bullshit. I think we're done. Nope. You thought, but no. Okay, networking as well. Where? Networking network.cpp. Have I added enough zeros to appease C++? It looks like I have. Okay, so I go in here, and now I want to delete the include of the file. I skipped a little bit too far, so I'm actually going to delete this whole thing. Going to save. That's not going to work. That isn't going to work because the library that it is using to compile isn't this one. It's this one. Which means I need to commit what I did in here. Yeah, it's a bit of a pain in the ass to work with sub-modules because of stuff like this. Pull failed. Because I have unstaged changes. But I didn't edit this file at all. That is so dumb. Sometimes this works, sometimes it doesn't. I don't understand what the difference is. Sometimes Git is like, hey, you modified this file, but you have a change in this file, so I need you to fix that. And sometimes it works. I don't get the difference. Anyway, now it should work. Hopefully. Right. I fucked up the file that I'm compiling from. Get back to normal. Alright, that should compile. Yep. Alright. Save the file, and that did not work. That did not work. Not even a little bit. It didn't do what it was supposed to do. Do we know why? Do we have a trace? Yes. Alright. Set attribute, tag 59 with ID 26, file ID 8, size 4180, which is the amount that I wrote, and set attribute, tag 59 ID 26. That looks like it worked. That very much looks like it should have worked. "4188." It didn't though. That's dumb. We read 4188. We removed 8 characters. We brought it down to 4180. And it apparently returned correctly. It doesn't have an error. But it didn't actually do it. Now I am seeing an error 11 here, and I don't know what that error 11 means, but I'm also seeing it here. Even in the read and the write. But it is reading and writing. It's just not truncating the file to the right size that I tell it to. For whatever fucking reason. But the data that I'm sending is correct. I'm telling it to set the size to 4180. Also, probably this. I probably need to send this somewhere. I just don't understand where I should put that. From the looks of it, I'm assuming that they define valid bits. Valid bits. So that means the mask needs to go in here. That's probably what it means. Documentation is a little bit lacking. But I do believe that I need to write unaligned 32 into packet valid the mask with a uint 32-bit mask. I think that's what I need to do. And since I'm literally writing, modifying the same file that compiles the damn thing, which is kind of stupid of me, to be fair. I could just literally work on any other file, but it's more fun to do it like this. One tiny mistake will fuck up my file, and it won't be able to recompile itself. I think that worked. Yes. Yes. I removed 8 characters and it actually just truncated the file. Okay, cool. Alright, so that's nice to know. You can also just revert it. Very nice. And now, whenever we make a file larger, it's kind of redundant. It's not necessary, really. But when we're making a file smaller, we're removing the excess, which we weren't doing before and it was leading to issues. Of course, I'll need to implement the same things for FAT32 once I get to actually working on the FAT32 driver, but for the time being, we're actually able to do this, which means I can officially modify my code from the new code editor. That's what it's called, code editor. Unfortunately, though, this is a thing that I needed to work on in order to get the code editor to work. I need to get the cursor working on this thing. I gotta get the cursor working on this thing. There's not much else I can do. Okay. Here's the deal. It's clearly doing something because we see how it refreshes. It goes purple for a second when I click, but it should be moving the cursor and it isn't doing that. And then on top of that, there's a lot of issues with scrolling, which I may be able to get away with for the time being, just not deal with those because I've genuinely spent 2 days working on scrolling and cursor stuff and I'm tired. Alright, the mouse input, scroll, text field, select. Okay, this thing. Is it working? Is it doing what it's supposed to be doing? Nope. Okay. I'm assuming what's happening here is that this is failing because these checks should work. I mean, if these checks didn't work, then the entire thing would be failing, not just this part. So how about we print this value and this value. Then we print these values. Okay, I can see what's happening. Um, oh, the size of the text editor is 0, apparently. Everything of the text editor is 0. So am I just using the wrong value here? I might be, honestly. There's some other places where I did the same thing yesterday. Here, for example, node info rect size width. Yeah, why is this 0 now? Point X, point Y, width and height are 0. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Well, hold on, actually, do a better print like this. Just print the X, Y, and width and height. I mean, that's not going to change anything, but... yeah, 0, 0, 0, 0. Don't know what's happening there, to be honest. Let me see something real quick. If I scroll down to the very bottom of the file, it doesn't scroll at all. Think I understand. All right, when I create the text file, the text field, I mean, here, I'm giving it this tag here, but its size is set to 0, because, okay, the text field itself actually has no size. The the text field is made up of a parent view, the text field itself, and then the cursor. The text field itself doesn't have any size, the parent view does. So that's the problem. So sizing rule size fill should give it a size. Okay, that worked. Cool. Okay, it's back to working. All right. Good. Good, good, good. That was less painful than I thought it was gonna be, I have to say. Um, it's been a lot. It's been a lot of cursor fixes. Also, we found out yesterday that Microsoft has a patent on how page up and page down can go one page up or page down. It expires in June, but they have a patent on it. Anyway. That green color that it currently has. Where the fuck does it even come from? Probably from that. Yeah, okay. Alright, so I'm actually able to, why am I not scrolling now? Oh. Took like an hour to do that, but there it is, it's scrolling. Slow as shit. And then it does that. But you know what we're gonna do? I guess I should try to write code with this thing now. It really sounds painful because of it, being so slow, but I should try. Alright. What's the next feature that I should work on this damn code editor? AI. Okay. Screw it. AIO. Text select. No, relax. Doesn't even have copy and paste, actually. So, oh, okay. I kind of remembered what I was thinking of doing. The file browser, this thing. But there's a lot of considerations when it comes to that. So, I can maybe formulate the problem and start thinking about it, but it's not necessarily in the mood to deal with it right now. All right. I'll leave this to do here. All right. I'll be back in 3 minutes. There's an ad break. And I'll consider what the next step for the code editor should be. Okay, we're back. And of course, if you watch the stream, you know that I'm good at programming. But I'm going to answer the question that everyone has asked themselves, am I good at cooking/baking? Turns out I made some tiramisu and I have some extra, so I'm gonna try it. I haven't made this shit in at least a year, probably 2. So I'm gonna see if it's good or not. There's a chance it's gonna be the best thing I've ever made, there's a chance it's gonna be the worst thing I've ever made. And I opened the fridge to get some water and I realized that I had it, so I have to try it. I'm gonna say it's the best thing I've ever made. So not only am I a master coder, I'm also a master baker. Great. Surprised that Jester is not paying attention when there's food on the table. He's a little busy licking something else right now. Okay. I do have 2. To be fair, this is like scraps. Scraps. I don't know that I should call it scraps. But it is what's left over after I made a tiny little bit too much and it didn't fit inside of the tray that I made it in. So this is a little extra. Unfortunately, Jester, this is like super bad for dogs. He doesn't give a shit. I'm surprised. Usually whenever I eat something, he's around. But he's actually on a diet, so he can't eat sugar. Alright. Code editor wise, what should my next step be? I got file writing, and I'm able to select and move the cursor around, which sounds basic and simple, but it truly isn't. It has me a little bit traumatized. So, what do I need to add next? Obviously, there's like syntax highlighting and making the editor a little bit aware of the language, but that is a little bit longer term. I kind of want to integrate it with the compiler that I made because they kind of go hand in hand a little bit. I don't really want to do that right now. And it is capable of saving files now. And even if the file gets smaller, then it can save it correctly. But I kind of want a feature that I can work on inside of the code editor itself to see if it works. So it needs to be something relatively small and doesn't need to rely too much on copy and paste. Because if I have to copy and paste, I can't do that. I can't select, I can't copy, I can't paste, and I can't share copy and paste between the operating system and Linux. So I'll need to deal with that. Fonts. You know what? I actually don't know how fonts work. Font file is like a OTF or TTF file. I don't know what they look like. It's macOS. Most common format for fonts on classic macOS, macOS, and Microsoft Windows operating systems. What about... I was running out of coffee to dip the cookies into by the time that I made this thing, so the cookie part is a little bit dry. So is this a modern format or extended to open type? So that's OTF? That's OTF, okay. Latest release 4 years ago. I don't think I'm gonna do fonts because, like, nah. I'd rather focus on functionality rather than aesthetics at the beginning. But I'm just curious of how they work because I've literally only worked with a bitmap font so far. Um, might as well see how they work. First off, this is called the open type, so I'm assuming it's an open format. But I can't know for sure. Well, I could. I just don't care. SFNT structure of a true type font, but adds several smart font options to enhance the font's typographic and language support capabilities. Quadratic Bezier curves. Are fonts really that complicated? I mean, I guess it makes sense because you need to scale them, but it sounds extra complicated. So let me go back to TrueType. Font render in Spain. Yeah, so that's another reason why I never want to do that. I'm good with my little bitmap font. It's doing just fine. Thank you very much. Wait, this actually doesn't explain what the format is. Oh, here it is. The outlines of the characters are made of straight line segments in quadratic Bezier curves. These curves are mathematically simpler and faster to process than cubic, which are used in PostScript-centered world of graphic design, including Type 1 fonts. TrueType systems include a virtual machine that executes programs inside of the font. Now, why the fuck would you go and do that? Although incapable of receiving input and producing output as normally understood in programming, the TrueType instruction language does offer conditional programming, looping, variables, and the encapsulation of code into functions. I think I'm gonna go into baking full time. You can do a lot of things in baking. You know what you don't have to do in baking? A virtual machine. It's just flour and sugar. No virtual machine needed. Apple has implemented a proprietary extension to allow color TFF files for its emoji font Apple Color Emoji. Everything depends on Harfbuzz. What kind of name is Harfbuzz? The text shaping engine. Oh, the bottom of this is really dry. The FFmpeg of text shaping. Supports OpenType, but also Apple Advanced Typography. So the thing that I was looking for isn't even the one that Apple mainly does. This is horrifying. This is absolutely fucking horrifying. Alright, final verdict on this thing. Best I've made so far. And again, I haven't made it in at least a year, probably two. So, I'm a genius. Like that. Only wish I had mixed it a little better when I made this extra little cup. Why is it this complex? This makes no sense. So let's never do fonts ever. Let's stick to this cute little bitmap font that you can very much read. And it is literally all, I just need to find it. Here. Literally all here. This is it. This is the entire font. Boom. There you have it. So simple. I would rather do my own font format than do this shit. Like, what the fuck do you mean a virtual machine? I already think it's stupid that there's a virtual machine in the dwarf debugging format in order to know where your program has an issue. In order to develop a stack trace, you need to fucking run an entirely different program, technically. It makes no sense that I would have to do the same thing for rendering a font. For the love of God. Then again, even if you know nothing about fonts, you kinda know that they're overly complicated for no particular reason. Why would you need a virtual machine for this? What makes you think a virtual machine
followed your channel.
is a correct solution for font rendering? If we ever invent a time machines, can we please go back to the 1990s and start computing over? From that time onwards, we fucked up. Anything from the 1990s to the 2020s, in terms of computing, undo it all. Undo it all. Every single step of the way, it's been wrong. It needs to be started over. I would say especially the 2000s. But just to be safe, let's go back 10 more years and start over. Embarrassing state of affairs. C99 is not that bad. Alright. I do use C99, so I have to agree with you on that one. Is it actually from the year 99? I don't believe they started it in 1989, so yeah, probably. Also, hey, we're going back to the moon. That's pretty cool. Yep. All right. Let's keep C99 and undo everything past that point. TCP/IP, bullshit. IPv4, bullshit. IPv6, bigger bullshit. Mobile phones are fine. Social media, great idea, evil implementation. AI started off as a great idea, became a shitty idea, evil implementation, evil idea, bullshit all around. What else? Browsers, JavaScript, Java, C++. I'm including TypeScript with JavaScript. I mean, fucking obviously. That whole thing we just looked at with fonts. To be fair, I don't even know what when that was. No, this is latest release. .3D graphics. Oh yeah. We went from Doom to whatever the fuck is going on nowadays. Bro, Baldur's Gate 3. I'm playing Baldur's Gate 3 for the second time right now. I have it on medium settings on this computer, where I can run every other game, usually on ultra settings. I have to run this one on medium settings, and even then I had to lower a bunch of other settings because it lags so fucking badly. Mind you, the game looks like this. It's got okay graphics, but like, most of the times it looks like this. What exactly is making your game unplayable on a pretty good PC? Actually, the first time I played it was on Mac, and it worked fine. So it's genuinely just a fucking... It might be just a Linux issue. I haven't played it on Windows technically, but I've never had any issues with performance on Linux that I haven't also had on Windows. Clearly, we've gone wrong along the way somewhere. Whole low-level API to draw a triangle. That's another one. Actually, you know what? Graphics have existed in computers since the 1990s as a like widespread thing. It is genuinely horrifying how difficult it is to get a window with graphics on the screen. That entire thing? Bullshit. POSIX standard? Absolute bullshit. Yeah, technology from the 1990s onward, we can get rid of all of it. Let's just redevelop C99 and in the process actually fix the few issues that it has, because it genuinely has some issues. libc. But yeah, let's I suggest we start over from the 1990s. I suggest we redevelop everything. No, the way that we've gone for the past 30 to 40 years is genuinely fucked up. And we need to start over. We need to rethink it over. So there's no way. There's no way. I would rather develop my own font than have to bother finding out why fonts need a virtual machine. It's that simple. I would rather do my own font. JS and all of its bullshit became standard just for someone's interest. Yep. Every once in a while, I do love to bring up the page of the... I don't even remember the guy's name. Of the JavaScript creator. It's a genuinely incredible... Ooh, what the fuck was that? It just got possessed by a demon real quick. It is a genuinely horrifying Wikipedia page for this guy. Alright, here we go. Brendan Ike. I probably need to bookmark it so I can regularly open it. What do we have about him? Well, he was a child. Then he worked at Silicon Graphics. He worked on operating system and network code. Learned absolutely nothing in the process, mind you. Then worked at Netscape. Cool. He intended to put Scheme in the browser, but his Netscape managers insisted that the language syntax resembled that of Java. He devised a language that had much of the same functionality of Scheme, the object orientation of self, and the syntax of Java. At first, the language was called Mocha, but it was later renamed to LiveScript. And finally, in a joint announcement with Sun Microsystems, it was named JavaScript in December. Don't worry though, that's not enough. That's not all. That's not all about this guy. You see, he then went on to work at Mozilla. Well, on March 24th, 2014, he was appointed as CEO of Mozilla Corporation. And it turns out that he had made some past political donations against same-sex marriage in California, which means that he was not liked by the general public, and they actually removed him as CEO after 11 days as CEO. We then move on because, of course, he left the company when he lasted for 11 days as its CEO. He ended up founding Brave Software, and now he's technically working at Brave Software, where he, of course, as is the destiny of every tech industry piece of... Oh, that tiramisu was a little bit dry. Oh, God. He created a cryptocurrency. Oh, and yeah, pretty sure he's like a... He questioned the policy and science related to the coronavirus. I can understand questioning the policy. I don't know about the science, my dude. I actually don't know what he said about that. Fauci lies a lot. Yeah, that's about right. Face masks evidence will shock no one paying attention to the empirical science if mask mandates continue, so I just hope that politicians start wearing them correctly, but I'm not holding my breath for that. Just a little cherry on the cake. Yeah, I like to bring that up periodically, just to remember. Someone's Wikipedia page looking like that. Early life, creates JavaScript. Appointment as CEO. Resignation as CEO after 11 days for being homophobic. Questioning that masks work. Cryptocurrency scam. Truly a remarkable trajectory you got going on. He is pushing for AI, I believe, now. Pretty sure. What are we waiting for? I was literally on this website like yesterday. What happened? Alright, there we go. That is a horrifying profile picture, my dude. That's gotta be some formatting issue with this website, right? No, it actually looks like that. I remember there was some backlash about AI recently. Well, I don't exactly remember what it was, but that's of course the one thing that's missing from his Wikipedia page is an AI thing, and they're working on it, I'm sure. I mean, they have their own AI built into the browser because this is what everyone asks for. Everyone wants this. That's exactly what I want out of my browser. An AI that does the following things. What's the fucking point of the AI in the browser, bro? What's the point of AI in general? But who wants it in the browser? So anyway, the purpose of the AI on the browser is shareholder value at this point. So I don't know what else it could possibly do. Now, the funny thing is that anyone outside of programmers only uses AI maybe as a search engine. So it almost makes sense with the tiny little issue that it still doesn't. But it could make sense. I always say that like natural language processing is the only good thing that came out of the entire LLM craze, and it's so underutilized. It's ridiculous. The only good feature that it could possibly have. It's not used for anything. Alright, even after all that, I'm still not sure what to work on next for this code editor. There is one thing I was considering, not related to the code editor, but just in general. But I genuinely wouldn't know how to make it work. That would be the fact that this screen, that thing, is made with JavaScript. And I hate that. But there's really not much of a choice because it is a browser. It supports HTML, so it has to be done with JavaScript. I've been wanting to replace it for a really long time, but I don't really get. I wouldn't really know how to integrate it into OBS. In addition to the fact that whatever I make, as of right now, would definitely not be optimized, and OBS has enough optimization problems already without me adding unoptimized code to it. So I think that one will stay as a long-term dream. One that I will fix eventually, but not right now. Oops. And there is, of course, the other thing that I was mentioning before. And that would be... Okay, I already know what to do. We'll get to that in a second. Before that, I do want to formulate this issue. Alright. So the way that my system has worked for the longest time is that it used to have... It's a bit too big. The kernel code shared and then user. This was the file structure for the longest time, in which the actual kernel is inside of kernel. Userland programs were supposed to sit inside of user. That's not really the case anymore. And anything that was shared between the two would go inside of shared. obviously. So, shared eventually evolved into being a large library. So, I actually moved it into its own project, which is redlib. And it is now a submodule, which means it's an external Git repository that is included inside of the Git repository of the operating system. It does contain a lot of stuff. It contains the first version of my UI system, all the syscalls, and like system library, a basic libc, not necessarily libc, but you know, things like memset, memcopy, string functions, what you would usually find inside of libc. It contains a math library. It contains rendering code. It contains a lot of stuff. So as I'm developing all of those systems further, there's also like compression stuff in there and image stuff in there. As I'm developing it further, I'm of course trying to break it down into smaller libraries that are more specialized, which is why the UI library version 2 is inside of its own project. Now, this project depends on this one. Because again, all the syscalls and all that stuff goes in here. The question is, how do I integrate this into the operating system? First off, it needs to have a dependency on this. It needs to have a dependency on the library. And I guess it needs to be a dependency on this library. But it's a little bit weird. In the sense that right now, this one here has a dependency on this library, not on the operating system's shared library. It's the same code, but it's two different repositories, which means they're not always in sync. So if I integrate it, let's say inside of another section of the operating system called libraries or something, it wouldn't have a dependency on this. It would have a dependency on the external module redlib. How do I handle that? And then there is, of course, the possibility of having pre-built versions of it, so that it's available, but it's not built in. But overall, it's not necessarily the easiest problem to solve. It's essentially another thing that I was thinking of is like, okay, maybe redlib could just become a library that contains all other smaller libraries inside, but that doesn't really make sense because they depend on it and it would depend on them. So circular dependency there. It's a problem that I've formulated multiple times because it is a problem that I've had for a lot of time, but I haven't really come up with an answer for it, and I don't know how to solve it. I'm not sure what to do about it. I had some movies seen in my childhood and I only remember some stupid scenes. Then it's based on odd descriptions of myself and also asking many friends, nothing helped. LLMs, it seems, are good enough to at least figure out what those movies were, even from very lame and fuzzy descriptions. Yeah. Honestly, I wouldn't mind. Like, the reason I don't use LLMs as a search engine is because I'm genuinely so fucking horrified by them that I don't want to interact with them at all. But even when I Google something and an LLM response comes up, I'm like, yeah, okay. But how do I know that that's true in the first place? Because like when it comes to a movie, sure, uh, I vaguely remember what the movie is about. I can ask, the LLM can tell me. I can then check if it's true or not. At the very least, it can hint me towards the thing. But when I Google, actually, since I have been playing Baldur's Gate, there's a couple times that I was looking up like, how do I do this thing in Baldur's Gate? Because I remember it from my first run, but I don't remember the exact steps to do it. So I Google it, and then it gives me some completely bullshit response, and it's like, no, what are you talking about? What? No. Um, it would work so much better if when I Google something, like, oh, seriously? No AI on this one? Come on, man. The one time I actually want to see the AI. I'll just... There. If I feel like if you formulate something in natural language, it's more likely to give you the AI response. But yeah, I guess this part is accurate. But like, do you really need to ask an LLM? Isn't it better? Wouldn't the technology be so much better if what it did is just look through the results and formulate an answer based on that? Which, by the way, is what we used to have before they just made AI overview. We used to have just something that would actually check. It was still some form of machine learning, let's not pretend. And actually, Google are the ones who developed the initial like transformer architecture that powers LLMs. So it's probably very similar, but the way that they were using technology is so much different. It wasn't just responding based off its own data, it's responding off of the results that you get, which is a lot more accurate. It's a lot less likely to have hallucinations. It seems like a better way of implementing a search engine LLM, a search engine AI. But no, instead we get the slop response. Which again is accurate right now, maybe it's wrong. And I have no way of knowing. There is also the fact that technically, if you, well, according to this, it is using these as sources. Is it really? Because sometimes it still just straight up makes up shit that isn't true. So like, you claim to be doing that. You claim to be doing that. It's showing results from this. What else? Double zone, is that here? No. What page is this? I have no idea, but whatever has this logo. And then Frank Garcia. Okay, so this one. That's the official website, most likely. So it is using 2 links that are currently in the search page, and then 2 videos that aren't. Couldn't you just formulate the response to the question based on the results that you're also showing me? Couldn't you do that? Instead of creating this fuzzy, untraceable response. Because, like, how do I know that it's really based off the Forgotten Realms? I know that's true. How do I know that it's actually created by Larian Studios? I actually named my character Larian because I didn't know what to name her, so yeah. I kinda know that for sure. But how do I know that for sure? Wouldn't it be nice if I could click on the damn thing and it shows me where from Wikipedia or where from, I'm assuming, their own website, you got this part? Or at the very least, that the sources that you're using are the ones that you're actually showing me? I feel like that could possibly waste fewer resources, lead to fewer hallucinations, and just be better overall. God damn it. But no, instead we got the slot machine. It would have been good, honestly. All right, back to the library problem that I was having. Why separate them at all? Because I'm starting to make them a lot more detailed. So my first UI system, it's still in the code. You can literally, here it is. This is the header file, 59 lines of code. This is the implementation, 100 lines of code. Compared to what I have now, which is 51 lines for the interface, 300 lines just to create UI elements, and then 200 lines of code for the layout engine and the actual rendering code. Then a couple of examples of how it works. Um, and it's still not even finished, technically. There's still a lot of UI elements that I haven't implemented. So from the very basic version of it that I have to this much more detailed version, if I do that with every single module of the library, I'm going to end up with a library that is unmaintainably large. It's going to be ridiculous. Like we have audio stuff, we have compression stuff, we have UI stuff. In UI stuff, we have like actual rendering code, and then we have the UI library. Then I have a basic color stuff that I added the other day because I had this complementary color and text color functions. I have syscalls. These are probably not going to grow a lot because it's literally just an interface, which really just calls SVC, supervisor call, is it called supervisor call? I don't remember the name, but SVC essentially just triggers a syscall. We have string rendering code, which is frankly super large already and due for a refactor. We have networking code, which a lot of the code that is currently in the kernel probably needs to be moved in here. And then it's going to get a lot larger than the 4 little files that we have here, of which 3 are headers. Memory is probably going to stay the same. Math can grow a lot. There's also drawing code. Oh, okay. Draw just points to that, actually. So all of these have the potential for becoming much larger libraries. They also have the potential for being replaced with existing implementations of a library if I ever decide I want something a little bit more secure, a little bit more battle tested, a little bit more optimized, created by relatively experts in the field that have been maintaining an open source project for it for a long time. For example, do I want to use my own implementation of networking, or do I want to use a battle tested one that is already somewhat secure? You know which one it's going to be. Same for compression. Same for most things. I want to be able to replace them with an existing implementation. And so that means including that into the code of the library for each different project that I include. Like if I want to use zlib, is that the one? I think. Then do I just put the code for zlib in here as a submodule, for example? No, it's much better if I have an external compression library where I include that. So that's the main reason, is that as I continue developing all of these systems, I make them more detailed and I end up having a lot more code. Having them all in one project is going to make them pretty unmaintainable. So not only pretty unmaintainable, but it means that if you want to include them in your project, you have to include everything. Like if you want to make a project that has a text processor, you also need to have the audio code. That doesn't make any sense. You also have to have the compression code and the networking code. That doesn't make any sense. It's not used, So it's not like it poses a problem, it's just not efficient. So yeah, I prefer to break them down, but then I have to consider how do I include them into the operating system itself. Because so long as I'm working off of separate projects that I'm then including into the operating system, I can easily just do what I'm doing here. Brain code is a separate application that then gets included, like installed manually into the operating system. That's not really the case for certain utility applications that are built into the system. For that matter, most likely I want to ship the operating system with the text editor. So again, the code for the text editor, how do I include it into the operating system? So that you don't have to download two different repositories manually in order to um, dynamic linking. It's more so about how to organize the code, so it's not really about how you link it. It's just about how you do you break it down into multiple libraries or do you just have one library? And to be fair, usually it's broken down into multiple libraries. Now, there is one thing. All right, let me think about it this way. Um, hold on. I guess what I could do in terms of code, then I have to consider how to do it in terms of the build system. But in terms of code, what I need to do is I need to separate to make it independent as much as possible. Like right now, all the code is inside of uno.h, so you just have to include this one. But like, just to speak a little bit, if I do it like this, do I really care where this file is located? No, for that matter, do I really care where the file is located if I write it like this? Like, the actual way in which I write it doesn't really matter. But it's up to the build system to resolve where uno.h is located. And the way that the build system does it is... Hold on, actually I should be looking at this one. It treats it like a local dependency. If instead of treating it like a local dependency and having to specify where it is located, I just make it available everywhere so that you can access it, like I said before, like this, then you don't really care where it is installed. You don't really care how it works. And they act as completely independent modules. I feel like that would be the solution. But then, for example, how do I do? It's environment variables. Is that literally it? That's not how you do that. I never know how to print the value of a variable in, and that's not it. Yeah, I'm not sure how this works, but that's probably what I want to do. So that if I want to include the code editor inside of the operating system, I can just put this repository in there. And instead of adding a local dependency with this shit, I don't even need to use the freaking like system includes like GCC does. I just have to do a add redlib dependency. Something like that. That would automatically know where to look for these libraries. Inside of the operating system, it will add it from, I don't know, external or libs uno. From outside of that, it would add it from the home directory or whatever it is. I guess that's a possibility. That's probably how I want to handle this. I'm just not sure. But it might be a solution to just specify system dependency. For that matter, I do have a add system. There's no autocomplete here, but add system dependency. I do have something like this. For example, this, if I wrote it correctly, the name of the function correctly, would add this command. But of course, I want to do it for my own projects. But it's probably the best way to handle this problem. Probably. No. I do have a question. What is the problem here? I'm using a different version of GCC, so now it's complaining. I want to see if I'm able to compile this thing for Linux instead of for my own system, but it's struggling a bit. The for just creates a label at the end of the function and every time you call return, it calls go to whatever that is. So it looks like this. And this used to be a return. It now becomes go to defer. Yep. So it defers this code or whatever you put inside brackets. Alright, so I think that probably the best thing I can do is just create somewhat of a definition of system libraries for my own system, and then you do have to specify where those system libraries are located, but it's not a particularly big issue. Alright, for that matter, it is something I need to start considering, because more and more I want to make it independent. So I want to make it be able to access libraries, compile libraries, do all those things from the operating system itself, which means that that code needs to also not just be compiled with the operating system, but also shipped with the operating system. Okay, but genuinely, what are you complaining about here? Oh, I think actually the issue is that it's just not compiled. That's not the issue? Oh, yeah. I genuinely don't even understand what you're complaining about here. Incompatible type of argument for UNO text field. And definition of macro vertical. What are you talking about? Alright, you know what? I don't feel like dealing with this shit right now. How's that? Again? Now, how can it possibly be happening again when I recompile the file exactly as it was before? What is this UI.c file? Other placeholder. I see. Why are we trying to compile this? How is this a problem? I see. Alright, this is a pain in the ass. Why are you trying to compile a file that you're not supposed to be compiling? Why are you trying to recompile this file? Oh, That's why. Alright, there's an ad break starting. Not sure why everything broke right now, but it did. So anyway, I'll have to fix it once I'm back. I'll be back in 3 minutes. We're back with some bullshit. Because I don't know what the fuck just happened. But all of a sudden, actually, it's one of those things where you find a bug and you start looking at where the issue is, and you're like, how did this ever work? And why did it break now? And you never have an answer for those things, but this is where we are right now. And there's not much I can do about it, so I just have to fix it. This is an issue. Where I genuinely don't know what the fuck this is going on about, first off. Oh, these are strings. They should be buffers. Understood. Okay. Alright. Bullshit. That's what it is. Okay, we good? We're good. We're good? We're good. We're good? We're good. Okay. So, tiny little issue. I never realized that in order to compile this as a library, I was accidentally including UI.c and HTML.c, which are example files. So I'm not
Oh,
really
yeah,
supposed to
let
use
me
them.
tell you. Yonche made a joke about Goto and it was, Goto these nuts, and they did go to them nuts, well.
What? What? Um. Alright, so actually this file, instead of being this, should actually just include uno.c and doc.c. How do I write this as an array? Do I just do it like this? Will that work? Probably not. It doesn't look like it's gonna work. Did not work. Make file array variable of strings. Yeah, what the fuck? Watch it be something incredibly stupid. That cannot possibly be the one way to do it. Can I just do it without the brackets then? Like so? Of course not. No. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna tell makefiles to go fuck themselves. Goddamn, I hate makefiles so much. We're not gonna do that. Here's the deal. Redlib includes redbuild, my build system. Version 1 of the build system used to include, hey Jester, welcome to the world of the living. He looks disoriented as fuck, like he just woke up from a 10-hour nap, which he did. How you doing? He's not entirely awake yet, for that matter. Come. Oh god, I can't move the chair. Alright, you're too heavy, Jester. You're so heavy. The chair won't move with you on it. Fatty. Anyway, version 1 of this build system used to include building libraries. Now it doesn't anymore. It cannot compile libraries, which is why I'm using a makefile here. Whereas actually I was using its own build system, but now it's not. See, if I set this to package type lib, no, it's not really right, actually. Let me see about this. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna modify the build file a little bit. If there is a source file, then I'm going to compile it as a red package. Otherwise, I'm gonna compile it as a lib, so as a library. Right? And if there is a source file, then I'm going to include it in the compilation. Otherwise, I am not. I forgot source files are like this. I also forgot I don't have ternary operators. So I have to do this part manually. Holy shit, he's like falling asleep right now. Alright, so if there's a source file, it is a package.red, otherwise it is a package lib. Right. So we can compile it like this, compiling eoi.c, or we can compile it with this set to 0, and that would compile the library, which is what we want right now. So we're gonna go with that. What do you mean redefinition of comp? Oh my god, I'm getting so many stupid errors. Genuinely pissed. Oh, okay, that's not a stupid error. I actually am redefining the symbol. There we go. All right. Now, the problem... Buddy, relax. Thanks for that insight, Jester. The problem is that the compiler does not technically have support. The build system doesn't technically have support for building libraries just yet. So I'll need to add it. That's not a particularly big problem. I can add it. And the old version of it should have, if I still have the repository, which I think I do. Here it is. Which, by the way, I should probably archive. The old version of this should have library support. I remember doing it. Interesting. I remember I added library support to this thing at an airport. And I'm thinking it was when I visited my family for Christmas, but apparently it's not, because I'm not seeing any commits from that date. I just have that random memory of working on it at an airport, so I remember that that's when I did it. But apparently not. I mean, this is it though. So I'm either misremembering the date that I traveled, or I am... No, this is very much it. Yeah, this is it. So I need to have this. Okay. So in order to compile normally, what you do is you compile as well, what this build system does is essentially just create a command. And the command looks like gcc with whatever imports and whatnot, like configuration options. And then it has source file 1.c, source file 2.c, source file 3.c, output out.elf. Actually, it usually will probably have some extra stuff in here, but it kind of looks like this. It's a single command, so that makes it kind of easy. Unless there's a better way that I am not aware of, which is a possibility. In order to do this as a library, what you need to do is you need to compile each of these files individually. So you need to compile src.1 to src.1.o. And you need to do the same thing for 2 and for 3. And then you need to call this command here, arrcs, with src.1.o, I mean src1.o, 2, and 3. Why am I actually saving this when it's just example code? I have no idea. All right, Jester, that's enough. Okay, relax. God damn it, Jester, come on, don't do that. There's some censorship. All right, it may not seem like a big deal, but it is a big deal in terms of constructing all of these commands. It's a pain in the ass. Now, is there a single way, a single pass command that I can use to then call AR instead of LD? I don't think there is. From what I'm seeing here, they do file, AR. So yeah, I think this is the best way of doing it. I think this is the only way of doing it. It's not the best by any fucking means. Whatever. Alright. So this whole library, this whole like thing is a mess, by the way. It's horrifying. But anyway, prepare command is what actually calls the creates the thing. Alright, so goes through the compile list and lists strings. This is the command that I want to replace. Well, no, really, I wanna change the way that this entire thing works. Okay, so this is what we're at in lib support. All right, so hmm, okay, this prepare command is doing some stuff here that I don't really want it to do for this specific thing. Here it is, I don't know how to handle this. God damn it. Okay. Yeah. So this prepare command is actually preparing the output of the process, which I don't want it to do. All right. So this thing, this whole thing, I'm gonna move here to the compile command. All right. So what I'm left with here is actually creating the command. So the GCC options source output. And okay, all right, just going through everything. Cool. Wait, there. All right, so I'm gonna do this. What exactly is the problem here? I'm telling you to pass two char pointer arguments, but I'm passing them to you as a null pointer. How is that a problem? I don't understand how that's a problem, so I'm just gonna keep writing code. All right. If we're given a specific source file, then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to buffer write I'm going to write the source file as the command. Otherwise, I'm going to write every source file into the input. And same thing actually, check if there's also an output. Alright, so that should allow prepare command to either compile every single source file individually or compile them all together into an executable. Then I need to create an extra function called archive. And this one should call ARRCS with all of the output files which I think are actually stored in this array here. What's the format of the command actually? ARRCS and then wait, that's it, right? Oh, the output name first and then, so it's the opposite of what they normally do. Great, amazing, love that. The output name, which is this thing, but just that. No, wait, what? Okay, hold on. Hey, goldfish. So output is a string. Why the fuck am I printing it here like it's a char pointer? That's just been wrong the whole time and it worked? Apparently. I don't fucking know. Anyway. Jesus Christ. Okay, I realize my issue here is that Here. That's how you do it. Cool. Okay. So this should create the command. It should then print out the command just in case. And I probably want to write a space here. Okay. All right, so let's see. If the context's package type, I believe, yeah, is a package lib, we're gonna do something. Otherwise, we're gonna do this thing, which is the easy way to do it. No, wait, no. All right. If we're doing a library, then we need to have the total size of the linked list count for the context compile list. That tells me how many files we're trying to compile. We're then going to iterate through that. And we are going to get linked list get from the compile list index I. That is going to be a string pointer name or src est. My god, that's a lot. Also, what's your problem here? Fuck off. Alright. So essentially, this is going to give me... No, wait, hold on. This is going to give me the input file. This is going to give me the output files. I am then going to call prepare command on all of those individually. So on src data and on dst data. Then I'm going to run that, and if it isn't 0, I'm going to return false. So that's an issue. Otherwise, I'm just going to move on to the next file, and the next file, and the next file, and the next file. And then I'm just going to archive. Well, it should be prepare archive. And finally, return this. Okay. Mason over make files. Well, I'm using this. I would... There's a lot of options for build systems, but frankly, nah. I prefer having my own. Alright, so what we're going to do, if we have a library, we can't compile everything with a single command. So what we need to do is we need to iterate through all the source files that we have. For each of them, we're going to prepare command, which is calling GCC on the individual file. Compile it. If that fails, we're going to return false for the entire thing. Then we're going to prepare archive, which creates the ARRCS command with every single source file. No, not every single source file, every single .o file that it created, and use that to create a final archive of my project. All right, so we're going to test that with this, and if I call this with 0 source file, then it's going to create it as a library, and it is not going to include, well, nothing. That's a segfault. Compiling target HTML. Oh, that's the name of it. Yeah, hold on. And it's segfaults. Cool. Care to tell me where, my friend? Is you're actually a fucking useless system. Thanks for nothing, Linux. Thanks for fucking nothing, Linux. I hate Linux. Like, oh, your program crashed. I hope you know exactly where to look and how to look to know where it crashed. Otherwise, we won't tell you. It would be nice if you did, but you're useless. So no. One of these failed. Somewhere. More than rad debugger being available for Linux, I wish you didn't need a debugger for the most basic fucking information. Missing file. We can assume that src exists because of the file count here. Well, let's see. I'm gonna dare to print it. Yeah, that's some... What the actual... I hate you, Linux. Does Linux have anything to do with this? No, but I fucking hate it. Now, this compile list is being filled in, right? I mean, that is what we're using here. Am I just accessing it wrong? Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Actually, I am. Because linked list get returns not a void pointer, which should be my string. Am I using that anywhere else? No. All right. No, genuinely, what is happening? I mean, here instead of handle files, it is actually creating the .c and .o directories. I mean, files. So what is the damn problem? Also, where am I using this? I'm a little bit surprised to see that I'm already handling .o files. That's interesting. Turns out, nowhere. I wasn't actually using this. I was just adding support for .o files, because I would need it eventually for libraries, but I wasn't really using it so far. Uh, okay, so the problem that I'm having is that in the compile list, it is handle files is adding to it. Handle files gets called from find files, which gets called from source all. But what about source? Source all just includes all files of one of a single extension. So you can do source all C and it includes all C files. But source doesn't do that. Source doesn't do that. So it only includes a compile .c file, but it doesn't include the .o file. That should. It should. But it doesn't, because whatever the fuck is happening here is still happening. Also, wait, who's calling LD? Who is calling LD? Clearly I haven't used debug mode in a while, because there's a few, there. Alright. Yeah. I don't know what's happening here. I'm genuinely confused as to why this is happening. Push lit creates a string based off a literal value. LLMs, no, I don't do that. Kind of OS I'm trying to make. Just today on this stream, I was thinking everything from the 1990s onwards, in terms of computing, has been done wrong, so we're starting over. That's the type of OS that I'm building from now on, except for C99. We can keep it. You know what's really fucking weird about this? Is that it works until it doesn't. Like, it worked until now, and now I do things slightly different, and somehow this array is... I don't fucking know what's happening to it. See, if I call... linked list for each compile list strings, this works. But somehow... this doesn't? I really don't understand why. Wait, this is not getting recompiled. There, that should recompile it. Okay. Why? What is this garbage? Why is it here? And why does it only happen in this specific case? Am I reading the content wrong? When you do for each, you get a void pointer to the data, which is a string pointer. So you just cast it, and it works. But when you do it otherwise, it doesn't. Okay, so is there something about the implementation of for each? It goes through the list. Head next. What does this do? This goes head next and returns the node. Not the node's data, it returns the node. I would fix that, but I'm not super comfortable doing that because if there's anywhere else that I'm using this, I kind of suspected that was the case, but I figured I didn't check it earlier because I thought that would be stupid to return the node, but it returns the node, not the data itself. So it returns this thing. It's kind of dumb. So these two are actually linked list node t nodes. Weird as hell, but whatever. Okay. That's the correct command now. gcc cross sanitize address blah 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 doc.c lclm libshared libraylib. I'm not sure why you're still trying to compile raylib into this, but whatever. We'll need to get rid of that. Doc.o. More so, the issue with raylib is why was it not failing before and it's failing now? Ah, wait. Another thing that I need to do is I need to include -c in the gcc command, because otherwise it tries to actually compile and link, whereas instead I just wanted to compile without linking. So in the prepare command, if I give you a source file, you're also going to buffer write into the context buffer, you're going to write -c and then the source file. Okay, so now it tries to do .c.o, .c.o, linker input file unused before, because linking is not done. That's your problem, not mine. And then unodemo.a fails because why am I trying to run it? Ah, I see. That's my bad. If source file, you can try to run it. And likewise, the name changes. I really need to add a ternary operator. It's going to reduce the amount of code that I have in here by a lot. Set name to uno. That's it. Alright, so let me delete the uno.a library that I built, and also the uno.demo, and also the uno.o, and the UI.o, and the site.o, and the HTML.o, and why are you not letting me select multiple ones? Okay, it creates a uno.a. And again, it has these two warnings, but not my problem. Okay. So we don't have a makefile anymore. Man, fuck you, get the fuck out of here. Why is this red? Why is it red? Why is it red? Why are you red? I'm scared. Red is a bad color. I don't want to see red. Anyway. You know what? Hold on. Where's the make file? Why is the make file not here? We went from this ugly ass thing, hard to configure ugly ass thing, to this beautiful, about as long but much more detailed um, build system. Cool. Now, this actually builds for native. I don't want you to build for native. I want you to build for redacted. Redacted. So you are going to build for redacted. And now, if I go back to bring code, it should be able to fuck off. Why is it trying to include Raylib? Hold on, first off. Yeah, it's now compiling for this. Okay. Oh, I see. I think I compiled this or tried to build this for what is it called? For a cross-platform, and I didn't recompile. That's the big disadvantage of a build system built in C. You need to compile it. No target specified and no makefile found. Oh, right. Yeah, tiny little issue that I have now is I can't recompile Uno anymore. Hey, yo, that's a lot of issues. Why? No, what are these? What are these? What the fuck? Why are there so many? Freestanding, no stdlib. Are those not in the compile command? Freestanding, no stdlib. Yeah, so why are all these missing now? Linked list push. Mouse button down. Wait a minute. Okay, hold on. libshare.a. Add local dependency. This one. Yeah. That's libshare.a. Alright, when you compile this thing, you compiled with libshare.a. No, genuinely, what are you complaining about? It's been told to compile with no libc. It's been told to compile without freestanding, no stdlib. It's told to use the .a that we just compiled, the libshared. So why exactly are you compiling expecting these files? Oh, wait, there's debug symbols. Probably this. This has been a mess. Um, what do you mean clib is shared? Oh, no, okay. The problem is that it's a different project than I thought. Though you were also supposed to compile it, but whatever. Okay. Okay. Yeah, so I included debug symbols, which are specific to Linux. So I definitely shouldn't even do that, actually. But whatever. Alright, so I'm done with makefiles. Officially. I don't need makefiles anymore for anything whatsoever. Anymore. No, still probably should have them. I don't know. But I'm glad I could get rid of the damn build file without, at least in this project. Which actually didn't have a makefile until I had to add it for the library. So now I don't need it at all. That's always pretty cool. No, I don't use AI. Probably need this build. No, build. Oh, I don't need that. All right. Okay. So that hopefully will allow me to be able to. First off, I already have a makefile that I control, so that's always convenient. But also, I have a makefile. I mean, not a. Did I say a makefile that I control? That's not true. A build system that I control. But also, in the future, I can add a new type of dependency to this build system, which allows me to just specify the names of libraries without specifying where they are. And that will allow me to, kind of like system libraries, but for the sake of simplicity, I'm putting them in their own category. Like libc is a system library. You can include it in a GCC compilation like this. And then you can access it like this, for example. So kind of like that, in which you don't need to know exactly where it is located in the system in order to include it and link to it. Which is going to help me, deal with, now that I'm working with multiple libraries that I'm working with. Like right now I have the standard library or redlib, and then I have, or the shared library is what I called it. And I also have the UI library. Also have others that I'm not working with right now, but I will. So yeah, you just reference them without having to explicitly know where they are located, even though they're not really going to be system libraries, because I mean, in my operating system, yes, but outside of it, no, they're not system libraries. System libraries are Linux libraries, Mac libraries, or Windows libraries, not my own libraries, but they will be accessible like that without you needing to know where they are installed. I live in Spain. So that hopefully will help me solve the problem of how to include multiple libraries as dependencies into my operating system without needing to delve too deep into dependency hell, hopefully. Um, so I think I'll need to focus a little bit on build system on maybe tomorrow's stream. expand it a little bit to include this new type of library, so to speak. And that way you don't need to care about where it is installed. I can use an environment variable or something like that in order to include it, hopefully. And that way I'll be able to include this library inside of the OS. And I'll be able to build new stuff with it, because it is a pretty flexible library for UI. It allows me to do a bunch of stuff somewhat easily. All right. So maybe tomorrow I want to focus on that, and that way, yes, I have my code editor, but the code editor is, well, I need some code to edit, and I need file support. So in order to add file support, I already have a file system browser. I wanted to include that, but then how do I include that into the other, starting to deal with dependencies. The worst part is we're not even talking about third-party dependencies. We're talking about first-party dependencies. It's all my code, all of it. But it is divided into different libraries, and I'm considering how do I include all those libraries inside the operating system and outside of it, because these are also available for cross-platform, without going crazy, essentially. So hopefully by treating them as if they were system libraries and having some resolution for where they are, I can hopefully do this without going crazy. Hopefully. I guess we'll see. Alright, so I think tomorrow I'm going to focus on that a little bit. Tomorrow I'm going to want to think about how to deal with all these things. And I'm not putting the code editor on hold, because that is still the thing that I'm working on. But I guess I'm working on the development environment, just not integrated. So not the IDE, but the DE. So yeah, like expanding the build system a little bit, and hopefully I'll be able to include these dependencies. And if I do include these dependencies, we'll be able to have the UI system inside the OS and then redesign half of its interface. Well, not really, because this UI thing is literally the launcher from the OS, just with the new UI system, but a better system, so that's always useful. But it is the initial step towards being able to build inside of the operating system itself. All right. Hey, the wind is red. Okay, I think I'm gonna end the stream here. So that tomorrow I can focus a little bit on, like, yeah, the build system, libraries inside the operating system, all that stuff. That's gonna be the topic of tomorrow's stream. I wonder how long it'll be before I can actually compile inside of the operating system. Of course, the next step after that is to communicate with GCC outside of it, which I already have a whole plan on how to do it. I just have to implement it, but I've talked about it in the past, and it's not really the time to talk about it again. But yeah, sooner rather than later, I'll be compiling from my own operating system, and Linux will just be a support OS, which is what it really should have always been. All right. Well, thanks so much for joining, everybody. I'm going to go rest for a bit. And tomorrow I'm streaming at 8:30. Yes, 8:30 Central European time, Central European Summer time, I guess. And that's 7:30 in UK time. We're gonna work a little bit on this build system, code editor, compiler, a whole different environment, the whole thing. All right, thank you so much, everybody. I'll see you then.